Steelers will get us underway with the opening kickoff. He thought about bringing that out for a half second, but he'll take a knee and they'll bring it to the 25. So NC State's offense takes the field for the first time today. Here he comes, and anytime this guy touches the ball, and he will touch it plenty, a bolt of electricity just goes through the stadium, David.
And they'll feature him. They'll give him the ball, like you said, a lot, early, often, and he's a guy that can make game-breaking plays. The offense is built around his ability to run the football, Jesse, make big plays for this offense.
Yeah, he really shoulders the load, right, in more ways than one. The offense goes as this guy goes, so it's going to be important in this one. They get him going early and often.
Off the play fake on first down to throw. Fires to the wideout. Right on the money to the outside. He dragged the toe, and how about the ball placement? Only the receiver could get it. He'll do it himself. He'll take 4 yards on first down every time, 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. He's got his man. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the first down. Wolfpack with a 1st and 10 here. Got his man on the right.
My old coach said you'll never go broke taking a profit. Take what's there, take the positive yards, and never complain.
To the ground with the back. Looks like the Wolfpack will pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Shoots it to the left. Snags it. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it 1st and goal. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Trying to slam in. And they get nothing. The ball remains at the 2-yard line. Can the defense stop them again on 2nd and goal? They'll try to pound their way in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Wolfpack.
Well, you know this offensive coordinator scripts his opening 10, 15 plays, and he didn't even need that. They went 9 plays and scored a touchdown. Everything working perfectly. They look like a well-oiled machine early in this game offensively.
And the extra point makes it 7-0. 76 yards on the drive for the touchdown. And finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. So the Louisville Cardinals offense headed onto the field. Our first look at them today. As we take a look at our impact players for this one, what are you looking for, Jesse, for a guy to make an impact?
Well, these are simply put the leaders of this football team, and generally games go how these guys play. If they make plays, then they've got a shot to win this one.
No doubt, they got to show up. These are the team leaders. These guys have to play well if they're going to win the football.
They'll run it from the gun. On the move at the 30. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end.
Defense is going to have their hands full trying to stop this guy. They better rally to the football and get multiple hats because he is not easy to bring down.
Off the play fake on first down. Forced out of the pocket. And the quarterback is snowed under. And the Cardinals want to pick up the tempo. You know, when you get off to a tough start in conference play like these guys have, sometimes the temptation is just to try to get through it, play out the string. How can they turn it around?
Well, they just need to put a game together in all 3 phases for 4 quarters, and they haven't been able to do that yet this year, especially, David, when they've gotten an ACC play.
Yeah, and they've struggled. It's not the start they wanted, but what a coach is talking about. Like, when you get some adversity, how are you going to respond? And how do we finish the second half of the season so we can build on it for the future? It's not pretty, it's not fun, but let's finish strong throughout this conference play.
He's got first down yardage as they move it to the 44. This crowd trying to make life miserable for this offense. Jet sweep to the receiver. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost yardage on that last one. It's 2nd and 11.
And that play shows you really what this defense is about. It's a difficult one to attack. They're really good. One of the best in the country. They come at you from all angles.
And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes.
Well, that's not Lamar Jackson back there scrambling around. This is a guy the defense felt like if we can get him out of the pocket and flush him, we can get after him and chase him, bring him down. And they did that one pretty easy there, getting the sack.
And whatever they did on 1st and 2nd down, don't do that anymore. 3rd and very long coming up. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
And anytime you hit the quarterback, man, you make him think, you speed up the processor a little bit, and that's the 3rd on the day. This is a unit, actually, that does a good job of that. They're in the top 25 in the country and getting the quarterback on the ground.
The Cardinals will line up to punt it away. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. First one is away, and boy, did he put in work in that loss last week, kicking it 5 times. North Carolina State has it back in the offense, headed to the field. That last touchdown drive was surgical through the air, Jesse.
It sure was, and that's why this offense is so dangerous, David, because they can score in a hurry because of how efficient they are throwing the football.
And welcome to modern college football. That's what it is. Spread you out, find my playmakers, make quick decisions, and really put defenses in a difficult situation.
He's brought down, but not before they pick up the big first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He wants to throw. Unloads to the wideout. He makes a catch. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. Wide receiver now comes in motion. They'll throw it on first down. Gets it out quickly. Fights off the defender. And that first defender was just waving at him after that sweet move. He picked up the first down. Looking to move it through the air. Finds a man in the middle. Just making a play, getting it to the 23-yard line. It'll be first down.
Well, this defense now is just getting gashed. And if you're the defensive coordinator, you might now want to think about being aggressive, changing up your play calls, and maybe breaking your own tendencies because you have got to stop this offense just marching down the field.
NC State at the line with a 1st and 10. Use the play fake, now to throw. Great catch along the sidelines, but the object is to go forward. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Finds his big tight end. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. He'll keep it himself. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. NC State will line up with a 1st and goal. He's going to pass. He's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, NC State.
Really nice job working the route and getting himself open. He was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Ball State is just getting blown off the field right now. I mean, like them or hate them, I think anyone would agree this is tough to watch. They're trailing by 14 to Ohio. We'll circle back if anything big happens you need to know about.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. And the Cardinals racing to the line in the hurry up.
Well, I know the tight end did some good things after the catch, but Got to give the quarterback credit, too, for the location of the throw. Because he put it out in front of his big man, he was able to make the catch and accelerate, creating some distance there between him and the defense.
How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him, too?
I'll say this, man. In college football, you see a lot of bad tackling. You didn't see it right there. That was an awesome job. First off, being there at the point of attack. Once the tight end made the catch, there was no doubt he was going down. Great job form talent.
On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. The Cardinals will keep this drive going. It'll be a first down from the 49-yard line. Handoff to the single back. And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop it. 8-yard pickup on first down leaves them with 2nd and short. Trying to surprise him with the pass. Looking left. Can't make the connection. The pressure there caused the missed timing. Let's see what they do here on 3rd and short from the 41. Looking downfield, it's Hussein. Zings it complete to the right. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. And on that 3rd and short, I don't think he was unhappy to see that zone.
Nope, it was a great job by the offense. Hey, see where the holes in the zone are? Sit down. You only need a little bit of yards on this 3rd down. Get the conversion. Move the sticks.
From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. They knock him down inside the 30 at the 29. It's a pickup of 6. Looking to throw on 3rd. Pressure coming. Just can't pull the trigger, and the quarterback is sacked at the 41.
And that's the 4th sack this offensive line has given up today. And guess what? You thought they'd be better. Last week, they got their butts chewed out. 6 sacks they gave up. This week, on their way to doing it again, this offensive line has to step up.
And the Cardinals will send out the punt unit. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. NC State sending the offense back onto the field. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, David. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be 3rd down. They're trying to slow that rush down with the draw. What a nifty run there to pick up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll put the tight end in motion. Off play action on first down. Throws to the wideout. It's caught. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. North Carolina State defining efficiency on this drive. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Fires to the tight end. And he laid the lumber to stop him from getting the first down. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. Quarterback on the keeper. They'll pick up enough yardage for the first down. They've got it at the 30. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Trying to find his man on first down. Catch in the middle, it's Henderson. They get him down, but this offense is set up 1st and goal from the 9. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. Makes the grab. And he will score. Touchdown, Wolfpack. No midseason doldrums for these guys as they push out the lead in Week 6.
Quarterback's abilities to read the field is huge, and also the anticipation, the timing. To be able to throw the football, Jesse, and hit a guy in stride so he can get run after the catch and get in the end zone, that was a nice job by the quarterback.
Yeah, it's critical, David. Listen, a lot of times touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone. You've got to read the coverage, hit the open guy, and let him do the rest.
And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. On the move from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. Going up top on first down. To say this has been a slow start is a bit of an understatement, and they really need to get it going here, Jesse.
That's right. The opponent, they're firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. Offensively, for this unit, they've been slow and struggling. They need an explosive play to wake themselves up.
Yeah, and it's just the first quarter, so it's not the end of the world. You've seen slow starts, but you got to continue to pick and pick and pick until you find that play or that scheme that you can use against this.
Getting some heat. You have it 1st and 10 at the 31.
Hard work pays off, guys. These offenses work so hard week in, week out, working on those critical down distances, 3rd downs. Having that conversion this early in the game, that's got to feel good for this offense.
To the air, it's Hussein. They're trying to get to it. And there was nowhere to go for this quarterback, and down he goes.
And this is a guy who was very quickly rewriting the record books for his school. 5 sacks. That is not a typo. 5 sacks his last time out, and here he is getting his first in the game.
I'm not positive, but that first down marker might be in the next county. On 3rd and long, doesn't need to take the check down. Coming, lofts one deep down the right side. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. North Carolina State has it back in the offense, headed to the field. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. Oh, he's going to try to hit him deep. Snags it inside the 20. And he strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, North Carolina State!
You know, oftentimes in college football, the best offenses are the ones that can create explosive plays just like you saw right there. They're top 10 in the nation in points per game because they don't have to drive the field. They've got dudes scattered all over this offense that can take it the distance on any given play.
Lining up to add another. The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. That's the kind of drive everybody loves. OC quarterback, one snap, put it in the end zone. Here's the return from inside his 10. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. Maybe they learned something from their opening script of plays, David, but other than that, this has been an abject afterburners coming. He's run out of bounds, but not before, turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. That's the way to start a drive. Now they'll snap it just shy of midfield. Wants to throw on 1st down. They're bringing heat. Flips it out in the flat. And the defense coming with bad intentions. They knock him down for a loss. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. The give to the back. And after the tackle, that will bring us to the end of the 1st quarter. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat line. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the 2nd. He'll try to pop the draw. He gets it to the 38-yard line, and they'll pick up a fresh set of downs. The Cardinals are on the move. Motion from the offense. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. They're trying to send a message with this running game. He stopped after a pickup of 4 to the 33. Looking to pass. It's Hussein. Fires on the move. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And he unleashed the RPMs on that pass. Man, this sophomore has an arm. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Last play didn't go well. It leaves him with 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Feeling some heat. Time running out, and he goes down at the 34.
And he gets home again, continuing his production. Last week, 2 sacks. This week, already a sack in the first half. This guy has been on a sack terror.
And we might as well state the obvious. 1st and 2nd down didn't work out. 3rd and very long. He's looking downfield to throw. And the missed connection on 3rd down. And on 4th down, they'll try to salvage the drive with a field goal. Looks as if this will be a 51-yard attempt. Splits the uprights. It's good.
Well, that kid just showed off his hammer for a leg. 50-plus, and he did it with ease.
After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. And he's going to bring it out. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. Power football with the run. Pushed his way ahead. Really good run to get it out to the 20, a pickup of 5. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Got his man in the middle. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. Love the way he didn't just run to a spot. He found the cushion in the zone and got himself open for the 1st down.
Yeah, and you're taught to find that space. Don't run right into a zone defender who's sitting there looking at the quarterback and looking at you. So much creativity with routes now and of being able to just have subtle moves one way, come back the other way. Nice job by the tight end finding that hole in the zone.
Give to the running back. Makes a man miss. And he was able to shed a tackle and pick up the 1st down before they finally get him on the ground. NC State with the 1st and 10 here. Running back searching for a hole. Continuing to churn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. Got 8 on 1st down, now looking at a 2nd and 2. Here's the handoff. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll ride the hot hand. And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Win with the running game on 1st down, now back at it. Leaves it with the back. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. They've started a pretty good drive. This will be the 7th play, but they need to convert 3rd and 5. Pocket starts to collapse. He's got his man, makes the grab. He's got enough for the 1st down. They'll spot him at the 24-yard line. Out of the gun, the give to the back. Makes one man miss. Tackle is made right at the 20-yard line after a pickup of 4. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. They'll run it out of the shotgun. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. keeping it on the ground on 1st and goal. Relentless, tough running gets it down to the 4. Now on 2nd and goal. Just when they're looking run, now up top. Finds his big tight end. He's down at the 1, and they almost had the touchdown pass on that one. They'll run it on 3rd and goal. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Wolfpack. And at this point, they're just rubbing their noses in it.
There's nothing positive to be able to take away from this. You got beat down, move on to the next game, start working on the next opponent. This one's over.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point is true, and the score is 35-3. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Southern Miss came away with the win today, but not in dominant fashion. In fact, the folks in Hattiesburg had to sweat things out for much of the day. Could have been better, but certainly could have been worse. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. The give to the running back from the shotgun. That'll be a gain of 5 out to the 27. Ball's at the 27. This offense facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, it's Hussein. And he made the... And let's hold on just a minute here as the officials are going to have a second look. So the officials take a closer look, and the replay booth will overturn the call. They'll give it to the back. Oh, what a cut! And the defense finally makes the stop after the sweet run and good gain. And the Cardinals are moving quickly down the field. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. Dances away. He's going to take off. He turns this into a nice gain and gets down to avoid the hit. This first half of offense won't go on the highlight reel so far, but starting to get things moving, it's 1st and 10. Fires to the wideout. It's caught downfield. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Dumps it to the back. Fires and picked off.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes and getting to the football.
NC State sending the offense back onto the field. How about that blocking up front in that running game last time as they just walked it down for a touchdown, David?
And the big boys up front doing their job. Oh.
And the pass is intercepted. Bringing it back. He's at the 10. And he's going to take it all the way. Touchdown, Louisville! What a play by this defense with the pick 6.
And how about the defender? Exactly what you're supposed to. Breaks on the football, makes the interception. Everybody on defense, we turn to offense. Go lay some blocks so my guy can get it and take it back to the house.
Lining up for the PAT. And the extra point cuts into the lead just a touch, 35-10. They're lining up to kick it off after the pick 6, and that defense will come out feeling it. The returner will field it and bring it back. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. North Carolina State has it back in the offense, headed to the field. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. He's right on target. Really nice job there by both guys, the throw and the catch, to work that defense and get the first down. He wants to throw. Keeps the play going. Looking deep down the right side. And it falls incomplete, and the offense is lucky to have it. Defender right there almost had it in his grasp. Leaves it with the running back. Finds his way for 3 out to the 33. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. From the gun, wants to pass. A strike downfield. And perhaps a touchdown-saving tackle as they get him down at the 37.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. And that's a very productive first down play and bringing up 2nd and 3. 6th play of the drive coming up. The play action fake. Throwing right. It's complete. Right on the money with that throw. The defense was there, but they are in the red zone with a first down at the 12. On the move. Mark it off as a 6-yard gain down to the 6-yard line. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Got it. He gets it in. Touchdown, NC State! He's no stranger to the end zone. His 50th career touchdown grab.
Doesn't matter who's calling plays. Doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You throw this guy's direction if you want to win games. He is a difference maker. He's one of the best in the nation. 50 touchdown catches is incredible.
It's just incredible production and just sustained production consistently week in and week out in the lineup. You know, you're going to throw him the football. You know exactly what you're going to get. What an unbelievable number to hit.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So a drive there of 82 yards, and they get it into the end zone with a 6-yard touchdown pass. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. Boy, they had that last drive moving a little bit, David, but then the mistake just crushed them.
Yeah, and those mistakes are going to happen. You're going to throw the football, you're going to throw interceptions. But I think I stay aggressive in this offense. I get back to what I did in the first part of that drive, what made me successful.
I agree, David. Just turn the page if you're a quarterback, right? On this drive, you did a lot of good things there leading up to that pick. Forget about it, move on, play the next play.
Looking to go up top on first down. And to get rid of it quickly. Hit hard just as he released it on first down and just couldn't get it to the receiver. Back to the air one more time. Grabs it in the middle. And he might be known for run fits, but that was a sure and heavy tackle on the tight end. He's going to look for a man on 3rd and short. Short completion along the sideline will be enough for the first down. The Cardinals are rolling down the field. They'll try the run. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. They'll leave it with him. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Looking to pick up a first down on 3rd and short from the 43. Looking to throw for it. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up. And that is textbook instructional video. Out of bounds right around the goal line. From the gun. Give on the inside.
You know, runs like this oftentimes are like a boxer in a boxing match. Obviously, it's not a knockout punch, but these are body blows. And as the game goes on, these small gains are going to turn into longer runs.
And a good, solid pickup there before the defense knocks him down. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Wolfpack will line up to punt it away. Boots his first of the day away. He was called on 4 times in the victory last week. Back out on the field. They had to punt it away on their last possession, but man, what great field position this time.
I mean, this is awesome. Like, last possession didn't go great. Now you're set up with an opportunity to get some points. Start thinking about what plays I like, Jesse, as I cross the 50.
There are a lot of offensive coordinators out there, David, and in this position, they like to take a shot right away and try and capitalize on this field position.
If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Makes the grab. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. They'll go to the ground. Not a lot there. Picks up 1 inside the 20 to the 19. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. The give to the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. It's 3rd down now. They ought to be able to get off one more play before the 2-minute warning. We've made our way to the 2-minute warning, and now they'll try to at least cut a little something off of this lead before the break. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And the Cardinals will try to pick it up on 4th down. Try to get it on the ground. How about that defense rising up and stopping him short on 4th down? Line gets set, 1st down. He'll start this drive firing. Got his man downfield. He's off to the races. The 20, the 10. Touchdown, Wolfpack! And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
And coming into the game, you look at the stats and you say top 10 offense in scoring, so they better be able to create what? Explosive plays. Another explosive plays. They've been doing it all year long. Those plays are backbreakers. Defenses just can't contain this offense.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Week in and week out, guys, you never know what's going to happen in college football. Check this out. Ball State is just getting blown off the field right now. I mean, like them or hate them, I think anyone would agree this is tough to watch. They're trailing by 24 to Ohio. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected, fellas.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Dropping back, it's Hussein. He's got him this time. And he won't quite get there, but boy, after that pickup, just a few inches to go for the first, and an array of possibilities here. Oh, what a grab by the defense. Didn't really get a chance to get started on that return, but he has set him up at the 41-yard line.
This is obviously not a great start for this quarterback here. 2 interceptions already in this game. He's got to do a much better job with his decision-making.
NC State sending the offense back onto the field. They torched this defense with an explosive passing play for a score last time out. Let's see if they go. Fires a bullet. Now it's picked off. Takes it the other way. And he will step out of bounds, but what a play to get the ball back for his offense.
And that's such a great job of seeing the play, seeing it unfold, breaking on the football, making the interception, and you will absolutely never forget getting that first career INT, that big play, that big moment.
A first down for the offense. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Got his man in the middle. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. He's looking to throw. Unloads it left. He's got it. The stop is made, but this offense is threatening 1st and goal from the 9. We got a timeout here late in the first half, and they'll try to get more points on the board before the break. The snap sets up to throw. A little screen to the running back. And the catch and run into the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinals.
Man, nice job getting the passing game going. This is big, man. Going to the half, and listen, I know you're trailing, but building some momentum. Maybe this second half we can keep airing the football out, cutting into this deficit, and who knows what the heck will happen.
He'll try to tack on one more. Smashes it through for the PAT. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they cap things off with a 9-yard touchdown pass. Bringing it back. And the return man has no place to run, no place to hide, and a place to be tackled. North Carolina State has it back in the offense, headed to the field. They've got some time to work with here, Jesse, and if they get a first down, they might really... Reels it in down the left side. Can anyone catch him? Touchdown, North Carolina State! And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching him.
Well, this offense is top 10 in the country in points per game because they've got a lot of speed and they've got home run hitters. They score fast. They don't need 10 plays to go down the field. You saw it right there. They've recruited well. They've got playmakers. They are going to be a problem for defenses all year long.
PAT unit on the field. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. That drive not too taxing on the playbook. One play, put it in the end zone just like that. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. And they'll get him on the ground as the offense comes out to start the next drive. With just about 30 seconds to go in the half. How aggressive do you want to be here? Firing to the right, complete. There's a timeout call as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer. To the air, it's Hussein. Fires to the middle. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's 3rd down now. Finds a soft spot in the middle. Quick timeout from the offense to save precious seconds. The Cardinals will snap it on 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. Quickly complete. They've done a really good job creating the matchups they want out of the slot.
Yeah, dude, get that guy matched up on a linebacker. That guy matched up on a safety. Keep him away from the corners.
And he can't escape, and down he goes.
The defense has been so dominant up front. You've seen it in these passing situations. That now the 7th sack of the game.
One more snap coming before juice boxes and orange slices. On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. Got his man. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. That's the end of the 2nd quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
Guys, time for everyone to take a deep breath and digest what we just saw in Raleigh. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to two of the best receiving corps in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. And with that, let's send it back to the fellas in Carter Finley Stadium.
North Carolina State will kick it off to open the third quarter. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. To the air on first down. Using the quick game. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there.
Brings up second down.
They go to the ground. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Ball spotted at the 29. Here they come on third and short. Looking to throw it to Hussein. Trying to get to it. Didn't have much of a choice there but to get rid of it. And the Cardinals line up to punt it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Coverage team gets the job done, and they'll mark him down at the 38-yard line. All right, guys, so here's the offense back on the field again. He'll come out throwing on first down. They're working that left side. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down. Fast motion from the offense. Quick handoff. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. Kept it on the ground on first down. Now back to the line. On second down, looking to throw. Just a little off. Incomplete. Might be decision time if the defense can get a stop on third down from the 45. From the gun, wants to pass. Tight end finds a soft spot. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. They're going to test the right side with this one. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Touch pass on the jet sweep. Hits the spin cycle.
Well, and on these little push passes, timing is so important. You're trying to snap it right as he's getting a full head of steam. When he gets the ball, he's hitting the outside, and David, it puts the defense in such a difficult spot.
You immediately have to be rotating when you see that motion, so everybody's got to communicate and kind of bump over. That's why offenses love to run it. It makes the defense communicate and see if you can just get him out of a spot.
On fourth down, going to the air. Makes a grab enough for the first. Touchdown, Wolfpack! And the stomping has commenced.
One of the reasons this offense is so exciting to watch, they've got guys that are dangerous after the catch. And if this quarterback gets through his progression, David, hits you in stride, these guys will take it to the house.
Man, it's your job to do the rest, right? You hit me in stride where I don't have to stop running. I don't have to break down. It makes it so easy, the connection between quarterback, wide receiver. You can tell this is a good one, and that's why they got 6 on that play.
And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So the touchdown drive goes 63 yards. And they finish it up with the final 30 yards coming courtesy of that touchdown pass. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. They go to the draw. Tripped up at the 25 after picking up 4. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. To throw, it's Hussein. He's got his man. And that defense pushing him out of bounds after a short gain. You got to think they'll try to muscle their way forward on third and short from the 29. Finds his tight end. He gets it oh so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. Fourth down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Fair catch was called for, but there is a flag on the play, and we'll have to sort it out.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. So the offense keeps this drive alive thanks to the roughing the punter penalty. Fires left. Makes the grab. And they got the defense on that one, and they get it to the 29-yard line. The Cardinals with the 1st and 10. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They keep attacking through the air. They'll run the screen.
And this is really the story of the game. This offense has no chance in the passing game because they cannot protect the quarterback. All game long, he's been under duress. You got to give the defense a ton of credit.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After that last loss, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. He makes the grab. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. And the Cardinals looking to take advantage of this red zone trip. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. And on 4th down, here comes the field goal unit. It's good. Hold on just a second. A flag down. Let's see what's up with that.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
Might be the worst-case scenario for this defense. Thought they'd held them to 3. Now the offense with a chance for more. He's got it. He thought he might turn that into a score, but the defense able to wrestle him down short. They'll stop him at the 3. Back to pass, it's Hussein. Lets it go to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Cardinals.
Wow, what a play. We're going to need to see that again to make sure he makes this catch and gets the foot in bounds. That was a great acrobatic play, understanding where you're at on the field to make that big catch.
Ready to try the point after.
On for the extra point.
Splits those uprights right in half. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Ball State is just getting blown off the field right now. I mean, like them or hate them, I think anyone would agree this is tough to watch. They're trailing by 17 to Ohio. For now, it's back to you fellas, but of course, if anything changes, we'll see it right here.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Now it's 2nd and 10 from the 15. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the 1st down. The hand to the running back. Defense there to stop him after a 2-yard gain to the 31. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Off play action. Throws to the wideout. Lost, the defense is wide open. That defense got gashed, but they finally get him to the turf at the 47. They'll run it from the gun. They'll pick up 4, 2nd and 6 coming. Got a little work done on 1st down, now back to the line.
Brings up 2nd down.
He wants to throw here on 2nd down. Pressure is effective from the defense. They knock him down just behind the midfield stripe at the 48.
The defense just simply not fooled by the play action. Oftentimes as an offense, you're hoping the run fake's going to slow down those pass rushers, but man, oh man, they had their ears pinned back.
They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. And that is interception number 3 on the day. Never had a chance to get rolling after the pick, but he gives them the ball in prime field position at the 40.
It's all about making plays, and this guy's been waiting to make his mark on this team. He gets his first interception of the season, and what a momentum-changing play for his team.
The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. The last time they had it, they took it down the field for a touchdown. They can build some confidence that they can go back-to-back scoring drives here.
Yeah, and remember, it's not uncommon for offenses to find themselves as the game goes on. They had some things not go their way early, but they found something last drive, David. Let's see if they can build on it.
Yeah, you just pick and pick and pick until you find that place where you're like, okay, this is an advantage I have. They've clearly found that dude. They score here, we're in for a ball game.
The give to the tailback. And a nice run there before the defense finally makes the stop. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They can really be aggressive after that last play. It's 2nd and 3. Back to throw, it's Hussein. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
This quarterback obviously did a lot of film prep coming into this one. He has been picking this defense apart. With that last completion, guys, he's now got over 300 yards passing.
The Cardinals have their offense in high gear. Handoff to the lone back. Oh, it's loose. And he was able to get back on top of his own fumble. And you know the standard is indisputable video evidence, and the officials will change the call. They go right back to him. He showed it all there. A little elusiveness, a little power, and he's got the first down. They want to throw it. Pressure coming. Just tried to drop a little floater in there, and it's incomplete. And the D deny them on 2nd and goal. He's looking to throw. Getting some heat. And the pass rush is effective, and they tackle him at the 19.
Perfect execution by this defense. They played pass, sat back, looked at the quarterback, took everything away, and even better, good pass rush, finishes it, now put him in a predictable 3rd and long situation.
3rd and goal from way back there. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. They're trying to get to him. Coming after him. And he just throws it away. That is not what you're looking for on 3rd down. 4th down coming up. And they'll send out the kicker to try a field goal. It's good. I wouldn't say they cut into the deficit. They sort of microscopically edged off the deficit. Still a mountain to climb. After putting up the field goal, they're set to kick it away. From a couple of yards deep, he'll bring it out. He's brought down at the 16. Would have been much better off to take the touchback. NC State sending the offense back onto the field. That last drive was promising for a while, but you just can't mess it up at the end with the pick, Jesse.
No, you got to be able to finish drives, especially in this game if you're going to win. And, David, they've got to be able to eliminate the mental mistakes.
Yeah, and I don't think you get conservative or play it safe. You can trust your guy. I think you put the ball right back in his hands and let him do his thing.
Complete. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. It's complete to the right. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Snap in the shotgun. Quickly out to the tight end. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down. Got the completion on the last play. Still some work to do on second down. To the ground with the back. Got behind those pads and picked up 3 out to the 35. Lining up to convert third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Shoots it to the left. Can't make the connection on third down thanks to that tough, hard-nosed pass defense, and now it's fourth down. Not going to risk a return here. Calls for the fair catch and makes it just around the 30-yard line. 3 tight ends in the formation on 1st and 10. The give to the back. Shakes off the defender. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. Back to throw, it's Hussein. Fires to the big fella. Finally pulled down, but not before. Moving the chains for a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Comes out throwing on first down. He finds his man. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. On second down, he'll fire. He's got it. Really putting together a threat now. They get the first. It's at the 37. And the Cardinals come to the line with a fresh set of downs. The receiver on the jet sweep. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. After trying the running game, let's see if they do it again on second down. He's looking to throw. And the quarterback will be slung down back at the 43.
Quarterbacks don't have high completion percentages from their backs. It's been really hard for this QB to get any kind of rhythm. We got to change something up here. We got to do something different because right now it's just a sack party.
This is a 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Quick strike complete. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Cardinals will bring the punt team onto the field. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. North Carolina State has it back on the offense, headed to the field. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
Yeah, and there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football. Make your plays. Put a good drive together here.
They've got it 1st and 10 at the 50. He leaves it with his back. You'll take this every time. 5 yards on the first down play. Kept it on the ground last time, bringing up a second down. They'll run play action. He'll take a deep shot here. He's got it downfield for a huge gain. They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's 1st and goal from the 7. Now the chance to pay off that big play from just outside the 5. He's looking to throw. It's complete. And he was straining for the goal line, but the defense stopped him short. Now the offense tries to punch it in on 2nd and goal. He's looking to throw. Touchdown, NC State! And the route is on. And for this receiver, hello, viral.
Hello, viral, and on every platform, everywhere. You're going to see it in top plays. Not 1, not 2, not 3. Just continue to count the touchdowns. This guy's been balling.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. Ball State is just getting blown off the field right now. I mean, like them or hate them, I think anyone would agree this is tough to watch. They're trailing by 24 to Ohio. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Dropping back, it's Hussein. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. 2nd and 10 after the previous play. He's looking to throw. Pulls it in. It's Castro. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. Passing game very effective on 2nd down. What about here on 3rd?
It's 3rd down.
To the ground to try to move the chains. And he gets it done on 3rd down. They move the chains and they'll mark it at the 44. And the Cardinals have this offense rolling. They're getting this guy lathered up. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. As they get set to snap it, just about to reach the end of the quarter. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. Finds the tight end. And they'll drag him down. That's likely the last play of the 3rd quarter. And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody, based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. Here's the snap, itching to fire downfield. Got his man quickly. Good tackle there to stop him short of the 1st down. It'll bring up a big decision. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. The punt goes out of bounds, and a nice job to get them backed up. I think they'll spot it right around the 15. NC State sending the offense back onto the field. Man, what a drive last time for the touchdown. That passing attack was lethal, David.
Yeah, and you know, you hear all these stupid commentators like me and Jesse talking about create balance, run and pass. No, when you throw that good, spin the ball around.
So the defense has to find a way to affect the quarterback on this drive, because last drive he had way too much time to throw.
So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Looks as if NC State will have to punt it away. Surprisingly makes a fair catch just outside the 40-yard line. Good field position here as they start this drive from their 43. Finds his big tight end. Now they're starting to feel it. They've got a 1st down at the 44. Looking for a man. It's Sharp. And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf. The incompletion brings up a 2nd down. He's looking to throw. It's complete on the right side. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the 1st down. From the 36, a 3rd down, and you wonder if they're willing to take 2 plays to get the 1st. He looks that one in nicely. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. They want to just keep throwing it. He's got it on the move. That throw and catch gets them down to the 6, and the defense is running out of answers. This time they'll go to the running game. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. Looking for the score, and he's got it. Touchdown, Louisville!
Yeah, good for them. They put together a drive. They got a touchdown. It's been a bad day. I mean, this is a day they're going to want to forget. They're getting destroyed, but at least you get some positive vibes. Maybe finish this game on a little bit of a high note. A little bit.
On to attempt to try. Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. That drive covered 57 yards for the touchdown. And they finish it up with a 3-yard scoring toss.
34.
From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. North Carolina State has it back in the offense, headed to the field. Power football with the run. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a 1st down.
Big reason why his team has the lead right now late is because of his performance running the football. Well over 100 yards in this game. They knew that they were going to have to really put a lot of pressure on him. He'd have to shoulder the load, and he has delivered for his offense all game long.
Lots of green grass as he gets it to the 31. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. The give to the left side. Noses ahead to the 30-yard line, a pickup of 1. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. They've got him looking run. Now they're going to throw it. He's got it. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. Wolfpack will have 1st and 10. He's got it. Touchdown, Wolfpack! And the beatdown has ensued. They build this fourth-quarter lead, and they are just minutes away from going 5-0.
Points, and more points. This offense has had their way. They just keep their foot on the gas, keep putting up points, keep putting up touchdowns. And you know what? This is one of those stats days. You look back and you're like, that guy had 12 touchdowns on the year. Well, 4 or 5 of them might have been in this game.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
34.
On the run from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. They'll start this drive with a pass. He's going to run it. A little more space, open up that playbook even more as they pick up the first down out to the 30. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're bringing heat. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down. Let's see if they go back to the air on 2nd down. Dropping back, it's Sharp. And the ball is intercepted. Got some room to run. Touchdown, North Carolina State! What a great play by the defense and paying it off with the interception return. That'll give them a little more breathing room as they try to push this winning streak to 5.
You didn't think it could get any worse, right? You thought this game's over as it is anyways. Offense still throwing the football, still trying to make plays, and the defense just continues to pour it on, gets the pick, makes its way all the way to the end zone.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. They're about to kick it away, and the defense probably can't wait to get back out there after the pick 6. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. Well, the good news is they threw a touchdown pass last time. It was just to the wrong team, Jesse.
Well, that's an unfortunate part of the game for quarterbacks, but guess what? They do have it. So you've got to be able to turn the page here and lead this offense.
Well, I think you know this defense is going to be aggressive. They're going to jump routes. They're going to play aggressive. You've got to take advantage of that. Maybe use that this time to your advantage.
Just gashing this defense, a big gainer to the 40-yard line. And, Jesse, there's a huge mountain to climb here, but you might as well start with a chunk play.
Well, you got to start somewhere, Reese. It's been tough going for this offense all game long. They find themselves in a hole, but I love the aggressive nature. Keep taking shots. Keep trying to claw your way back into this one.
Line getting set on 2nd down. They're going to throw it again. Looking left. Hauls it in. And he'll haul it in and take it to the end zone. Touchdown, Cardinals.
And this has been a rough day for this offense, and finally some good things to happen. Build some momentum maybe for the future. You know, that's the way the coaches spin it when you're getting beat up and you're getting destroyed. Like, listen, let's find something for the future. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. This team's done that, put some points on the board, so it's not all bad.
Lining up to add another. Bangs it through for an extra point. Quick work on that scoring drive, just 4 plays. And they finish it up with the final 30 yards coming courtesy of that touchdown pass. And it'll come out to the 25, no attempt at a return. NC State sending the offense back onto the field. Going with the ground game left. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Now the play fake. Fires to the wideout. Complete downfield. Gets it to the 46-yard line. First down for this offense.
Well, I love play callers that want to stay aggressive regardless of what the score is, regardless how much time is left on the clock. And I promise you this, there are a lot of fans, there are a lot of teams all across college football that are paying attention to what is happening right now.
The offense setting up shop at the 46, 1st and 10. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Give to the single back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. Continuing to churn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. Really good run there on 3rd down. He got 5, but they're still left with a 4th and 3. The Wolfpack will have to bring the punt team onto the field. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. Louisville has it back, and the offense coming out ready to attack. They'll throw it on 1st down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Scanning the field, it's Sharp. Gets it out fast. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the 1st down. He's going to pass. Unloads to the wideout. Makes a connection. Good call, good execution as they move the chains, and they have a 1st down at the 38. He's looking to throw it. Fires to the wideout. Oh, and it's picked off. Threw it right into the teeth of double coverage. And he's wrapped up after a solid return on the pick.
And as a defensive lineman late in the game, man, when you know it's pass, you're pinning your ears back, trying to get to the quarterback, and DBs are trying to do this. Pad them stats, get the INT. Nice job by this D.
North Carolina State has it back on the offense, headed to the field. After a punt on their last possession, they are set up in plus territory this time.
And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if they scored a touchdown their last possession. You've got to be able to turn the page and see this as a brand new opportunity to go get points.
Yeah, and your defense has set you up for a position to get points right away. Now, let's get this offense back rolling again, create some momentum, just get a few 1st downs, and I'm in scoring position.
3rd down, and they'll need to get the ball to the 38-yard line. Off the play fake. Fires to the right. He makes a catch. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
Well, it really just feels like they are trying to make a statement to everybody in college football. They've got a lead, they've got it late, and they are still putting it on this defense. They are still letting it fly. They're airing it out, trying to light up the score.
Touchdown, Wolfpack! And the pummeling has started. Now they've got a little breathing room after that score, and a Week 6 victory is in the offing, it appears.
And this always is the debate of where you fall. It's your job to stop me, or I should get conservative, because this offense obviously has had themselves a day, and apparently their day's not over. They're going to continue to keep scoring, and the defense better do something about it.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. Ball State is just getting blown off the field right now. I mean, like them or hate them, I think anyone would agree this is tough to watch. They're trailing by 20 to Ohio. We promise to keep you posted on what goes down in this exciting college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Fires to the right. It's caught. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. They'll throw it on first down. Got it set up on the outside. They make the stop, but a good pickup there on first down. Trying to get a rhythm in the passing game, now on second down. Looking to throw it again. Uncorks it. Wide open downfield. Gets it all the way down to the 39-yard line. It'll be a first down. The Cardinals are marching down the field. Unloads to the right. It's caught downfield. Just on the edge of the red zone. First and 10 from the 21. Going to the ground. Knocked down, but not before he crossed into the red zone and picked up 4 yards down to the 17. Takes the handoff. It's Castro. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. A third and long coming up here. Give to the running back. Really good run there on third down. He got 5, but they're still left with a 4th and 3. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. Right down the boulevard, it's good. And the field goal is good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit. So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. NC State sending the offense back onto the field. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to milk the clock. Brought down at the 33, but not before he gets 10. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. To the ground. He's got it again. You'll take 4 yards on first down every time, 2nd and 6. The give. And he gets it to the 44-yard line. It'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Running back searching for a hole. And he'll find enough running room to get it just short of midfield at the 49. Second down. Well, this one had all the suspense of a bug hurtling his way toward a windshield, and they did splatter them. An absolutely dominating performance.
You got to give the coaching staff a ton of credit. They obviously had their guys ready to play and motivated right from the opening kick. All 3 phases we saw, just spectacular football. No mental mistakes, David. You really can't play better than that.
Nah, it's really fun to do this. Come out and just dominate opponents. Start from finish. Nothing to worry about. You just know you're better. You're going to do you. Put up a bunch of points and win by a lot of points.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.